You are about to see the most incredible doll ever invented. Her name is Poppy. Hard to believe? Just watch.
Poppy Playtime!
Poppy's as lovely.
My name is Poppy. I love you. Can you help me polish my shoes?
Why, of course, Poppy. Just like a real girl, Poppy always wants to look her best.
Perfect! Thank you.
Her hair is sturdy and won't come out when you brush it, and smells just like a poppy flower. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Poppy?
I'm a real girl, just like you.
What's the time?
Playtime!
And if you've ever wanted to see how all of the nation's favorite toys were created, Playtime Co. is now offering factory tours at just $2.99 a person. An entire hour in the most magical toy factory on Earth. What are you waiting for? Come visit the factory. We can't...
What made you want to work at the Playtime Co. factory?
Playing with toys when I was young. So magical. The place from my bedroom floor to anywhere in the world. It's such a great feeling. And being able to work at a toy factory, somewhere that can provide experience, that's a pretty great feeling too. Sometimes though, I really wish I could. It's weird, because kids aren't just kids, but older. I don't think anyone ever feels like an adult. A lot of people older.
opened my case. Playtime Co.'s new patented elastic plastic, you can stretch, pull, and twist Mommy Longlegs in the craziest ways. She loves watching you play. When you're having fun, she's having fun. The new Mommy Longlegs from Playtime Co. What's the time?
Is the product of a great man by the name of Elliot Ludwig, divorced but a family man at heart. His sights were always set on bringing amazing toys to amazing children around the globe. Ludwig's been
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just trying to get the power back on. Here. I wanted to thank you for freeing me. I was stuck in there for so long. Thank you. I'd like to pay you back. There's a train station nearby. Oh, you're gonna die. As soon as you get on up here. Hey, I'm up here. I see you. I should be able to follow you through the vents. This way. Listen, I'm going to need you to trust me.
give you the train code to escape. Now, how is that fun? Instead, why don't we make a game out of it? The game station is still working. It will be just like old times.
And if you win all 3 games, I'll give you the train code.
Mommy loves that idea, Poppy. Oh, you're going to have so much fun. Head to musical memory, and Mommy will get things started. Obey the rules, or I'll tear you apart and eat your insides while you're still alive.
Welcome to the game station. I'm Stella, and we've got 3 super-duper fun games to play. These little tests show us just how crazy strong and smart you are. Follow Mommy Longlegs down the stairs, and we'll start by playing musical memory. See you in a bit.
I know when your birthday is. June 28th.
Welcome to Musical Memory. This advanced memory and cognitive recognition test is designed to stimulate several segments of the brain, allowing us to see how quickly and efficiently your brain works. a sequence of colors will be shown, and you must recreate the exact sequence using the buttons around you. Bunzo will slowly lower towards you. When you complete a color pattern correctly, Bunzo will rise back up. When you input a pattern incorrectly, Bunzo will lower towards you faster. If Bunzo reaches you, your test is over. The test will become more difficult as it continues, with longer patterns in quicker succession. That's all. Good luck.
Oh, isn't it amazing? Mommy hasn't seen the place up and running in years. Mommy can only imagine how excited Bunzo must be. It's been such a long time since he's been able to play, to cheer, to eat. Oh, that's the dinner bell. Good luck.
Blue. Blue. Red. Blue. Red. Red. Blue. Red. Red. Green. Blue. Red. Red. Green. Green. Round 2. Green. Green, blue. Green, blue, red. Green, blue, red, blue. Green, blue, red, blue, yellow. Green, blue, red, blue, yellow, violet. Round 3. Yellow. Yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow, red. Yellow, yellow, red, white. Yellow, yellow, red, white, orange. Yellow, yellow, red, white, orange. Yellow, yellow, red, white, orange, white. Round 4. Blue. Blue, J. Blue, J, heart. Blue, J, heart, orange. Blue, J, heart, orange. Blue, J, heart, orange, 5. Heart, orange, 5. Blue, J, heart, orange, 5, violet. Round 5. Smiley face, Lenda, J, Bergen, Lenda, Tangerine, Turquoise, Lenda, Bergen, green, 5, question mark, snow, J, ravenous, yellow, 5, orange, yellow, blue.
Oh, it broke. That's no fun. For doing such a splendid job, Mommy has decided to give you part of the code for the train. Look up. Mommy was hoping the game could last a little longer. It's okay, though. Mommy knows other ways to play with you.
Take that here. Because the next day I got demoted down to the freaking bottom of the midnight sky.
Who gave you permission to be this smart? Mommy is super proud of you, but I'm sure she's already told you that herself. Our next game is Waggo Wuggy. Head downstairs and have fun.
Welcome to Whack-A-Wuggy. This advanced test is designed to assess the extent of your reactionary abilities. A dual palm grab pack will be provided to you for this test. Around you are 18 sizable holes. An adorable Huggy Wuggy toy could appear out of any one of these holes. If one comes out, hit it with your grab pack. That's all. Good luck.
The toys in this game used to have strings attached to them so they could be pulled back when they got too close to the children. Have fun. Mommy has another hint for you. Only one game left to play. Sad. Mommy was hoping you'd stay here forever. Though, it's never too late to change your mind.
Press the button to feed me candy.
innovation unit. No could be on me merry way.
Jeez, have you played these before? You're so good! Seems like you're ready for the final game, statues! Follow Mommy down the stairs one last time. I hope you had a fun day at the game station. See you next time!
Welcome to Statues. This advanced obstacle course is designed to test your physical endurance and strength. The rules are simple. The lights will turn off. You can move through the obstacle course at this time. However, when the lights turn on, you can look around but cannot move. You may move again once the lights turn back off. The lovable PJ Pugapillar will follow you. If PJ reaches you, your test is over. That's all. Good luck.
It was always so sad to see the kids go. They called me Mommy because I was the closest thing they ever had to one. But they come for games and never come back. They left Mommy to die alone. Mommy didn't deserve that. But you worked here. So if anyone deserves to die alone, it's you.
You cheated! I hate cheaters! Now, we're going to play one last game! It's called Hide and Seek! 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Log code 08502.
Did you kill her? Good. I'll board the train. We need to leave. let you leave. I've never met anyone like you. Do you know how long I've been stuck in that case? Well, too long. I had so much time to think and reflect. Time to figure out exactly what I would do when free. We'll set things right. Terrible things have happened. But I know that whatever I need you to do, you're capable. We will. What if...
Console here with a thick cord stretching along to another console. A small sticky note on the left side of the monitor that Sawyer's viewing seems to have a checklist on which toys to watch, and he switches the camera over to Yarnaby, giving us a nice glimpse of the location. Now you would assume that the experiment number with the black dot beside it is Yarnaby, but his experiment number is 1166. Which means that Yarnaby being shown here isn't relevant to the note itself, and there might be a toy that we haven't seen yet. But this scene of Yarnaby going through the door does seem familiar, but more on that in a second. Sawyer looks down to reveal the Omni chip that he's holding and inserts it into the console, allowing Yarnaby to head through the door. Around halfway into the chapter, after successfully avoiding Yarnaby and reactivating the power, we're met with a red and blue scanner on opposite sides of this door. Once scanned, the door slowly begins to open, but before completely opening, Yarnaby pulls up behind us with the door seemingly opening on its own. And this scene seems to align exactly with what we see in this new Omni-Hand video, as the scratchy roar that Yarnaby does once the door opens for both scenes match perfectly.
We go through here, and then we use both of our hands, 1 and 2. Yo, that, no exaggeration, that took over an hour. Probably over an hour and a half. That was the...
So now that we've seen this and we've made the connection between the two scenes, it's pretty clear that everything about Sawyer being able to control parts of the factory via the Omni-Hand and Omni-Trip is true. But the thing is, this has already been set in stone through VHS tapes and character dialogue. This is just the first time we're actually seeing the Omni-Hand put to use by Sawyer himself. Plus, from what happened in the events of chapter 4, it's been made somewhat clear that our removal of the Omni-Chip is what killed Harley Sawyer, as there was a huge blast of electricity from his encapsulation machine thing, and he was even able to utter out his final words before the power supposedly drained completely out of him, subsequently ending his life.
We here. Pull that, the button. Oh wait, key card. I'll take the key card. What is going on? Oh my goodness. Did this thing just explode? Oh, they're done moving. Oh. Oh, did I?
So the main question that we should be asking is, why is this being shown to us? Why would Mob Entertainment show us the back end of a scene that seems to have already been dealt with? Well, let's look at the facts. We, the player, managed to lure Yarnaby into his own death by getting him caught dangling on a chain and having his own wait and struggle lead him down into the scorching pit below. We also managed to, as said earlier, take the Omni chip from Harley Sawyer, effectively killing him. What I didn't say yet though is that we make the Omni Hand shortly after this, using the same Omni chip that we took from Sawyer. So with all of this being said, there are 3 things Mob has brought to our attention: Harley Sawyer, Yarnaby, and the Omni Hand. The chip and the hand go together, by the way, but Sawyer and Yarnaby are dead. So in a sentence, this new video that Mob Entertainment has posted is a reminder to us that we've acquired something that may have the power to end all of the torment, let me inhale, that we've been going through, and this short clip with Sawyer and Yarnaby just strengthens that reminder. How do I know this? Well, let's remind ourselves of the ending for chapter 4. We all know that it ends with Leith Pierre trying to sound all high and mighty, saying that this part of the factory is of the highest clearance and of highest security. Shortly after this, Huggy Wuggy speedily limps over to the door, basically emphasizing the security parts of Pierre's little speech. But no matter how much emphasis you put on the highest clearance part, the alarms, the locked doors, the VHS tape itself, it doesn't matter. The way the Omni Hand functions is going to be the exact reason we end up getting out of this room unscathed. There should be nothing stopping us from just using the Omni Hand to escape deeper into the factory through the door opposite of where Huggy Wuggy was. And it's possible that chapter 5 will start off with a chase scene just like that. Now that we've made this connection, let's go back to when Sawyer was viewing Yarnaby in the VHS tape. As stated earlier in the video, there was a sticky note with the identification numbers of 3 experiments, 2 of which we actually recognize and have seen before. Experiment 1172 has been heavily alluded to be Kissy Missy, and experiment 1322's identity is Doughy the Dough Man. 1007 is an experiment number that is pretty foreign to us, but what's especially interesting about it is the fact that it is one singular experiment.
At Sentry Tower, most players
experiments above the prototype. This fact in itself changes things. Have we seen this experiment before? Is it an ally, an enemy? Why is Harley Sawyer supposed to be watching over it? It would make sense for him to be keeping an eye on Doughy and Kissy because they're technically his enemies. But if they're both on that same note, then does that make that 1007 experiment his enemy as well? Some kind of vigilante toy? Regardless, the guy that was supposed to be watching over the experiment is pretty much dead, so any info about the potential whereabouts of this toy is pretty much impossible to get. And I think the most interesting angle on this is speculating on whether or not this experiment is more capable than the prototype simply due to its number. We already have tons of other toys with numbers above that one, and the numbers have never been stated to be linked with the toy's individual strength, but rather it seems to be just chronological, as you'll see that some of the very first toys that were created in Poppy Playtime have experiment numbers that are quite small. So with that being said, does that experiment have any relation to the prototype at all? There hasn't really been any toys that have proven themselves to be on par with the prototype, and the character that we initially thought had exceptional knowledge of the factory and its experiments turned out to be the prototype himself, which was Ollie. But what's weird is that near the end of chapter 4, Poppy asked if there was ever an Ollie, to which the prototype responds,
Yes.
I knew it!
That was a very long time.
Ollie was the prototype. Now, I know this is a stretch, so y'all are perfectly reasonable for thinking this is crazy. But could there be a connection to be made here? Or did Ollie really get mollywopped by the prototype a long time ago? What do you guys think about all this? Let me know down in the comments. Thanks for watching. Subscribe. This is the Poppy Playtime iceberg, going over many different subjects in the game, going from surface level all the way down to the abyss of Poppy Playtime, starting with the sky level. The prototype. The prototype is a toy who we know very little about. However, we do know that he was the one who convinced all of the other toys to rebel against Playtime Co. and start the Hour of Joy. And because of that, we're one of the very few employees who were lucky enough to survive the attack. But now that pretty much everyone is dead, the prototype is reigning over the factory and kills all the toys who defy him. However, with most of the toys now being dead, the prototype seems to have his eyes on us and seems to need us for some reason, possibly for experimentation. Poppy. Poppy is the very reason we came back to the factory in the first place, because although we may have come back to find the employees, the note that lies to us saying that they're still alive tells us to find the flower, and instead of finding all of our co-workers, we find Poppy. But what's interesting about her is that although she may look like the other toys, she was the very first creation, possibly being made decades before the rest in the 1960s. And the reasoning for this is because Poppy alludes to her dad being Elliot Ludwig.
I wish you were here, Dad. I could really use one of your talks right about now. When you were running this place, you always knew what to say.
and Elliot lost a family member very close to him back in the 1960s, meaning it's possible that Poppy was created to get rid of Elliot's grief of losing his daughter. But Poppy isn't some nice little girl as she portrays, as she forced us to stay here against our will back in chapter 2 when she switched the train tracks on us and now abandoned us in the end of chapter 4 to die by the hands of the prototype. Huggy Wuggy. Boxy Boo may have been Playtime Co.'s first success in the Bigger Bodies initiative, but that title really belongs to Huggy Wuggy, otherwise known as Experiment 1170. And the reason I say this is because Boxy Boo was more like an animal, while Huggy was intelligent, obedient, and provided a lot of value to Playtime Co., literally acting as their security hidden in plain sight as soon as you'd make it past the first door. But Huggy also seems to be a subject of the prototype, with him roaming the factory and even trying to kill us in chapter 1, and now in chapter 4 where it seems that he wants his revenge. Catnap. Catnap, also known as Experiment 1188, was Playtime Co.'s most advanced experiment at the time, being made differently than the previous creations, including the new ability to dispense the red smoke without being affected by it. This red smoke was used in order to put the orphans in Playcare to sleep and even to make us hallucinate in chapter 3. But Catnap wasn't always obedient to Playtime Co., as when an experiment is newly created, they undergo an adjustment period where they're still getting used to their new body and become violent at times, which led to Catnap killing several employees as his containment wasn't properly locked. Nightmare Critters. The Nightmare Critters seem to be a spin-off of the original Smiling Critters toys, most likely sold around October for spooky season. However, in chapter 4, they're a lot more than that, as they're used against us by Harley Sawyer and the prototype. But what's cool is that once we make it inside Safe Haven and into a room next to the infirmary, we can hear the Nightmare Critters theme song, meaning it's possible they had their own TV show similarly to the Smiling Critters, or at least their own jingle for their commercial. Smiling Critters. The Smiling Critters are a toy line that was made by Playtime Co., which were toys that had the ability to dispense certain smells depending on which one you got. However, there was one issue with the Catnap toy, as Catnap would dispense red smoke causing horrible nightmares for children, and the toy had to be recalled. And because of this, Playtime Co. took a huge hit to their reputation. But even though Catnap was recalled, they still had their Bigger Bodies version, which also dispensed the red smoke to the kids in Playcare, causing the same terrible nightmares, and we even hear one of these in a chapter 3 tape.
Catnap had the red smoke in the room, then suddenly there was this scream. Nightmares happen, I know, but this, dilated pupils and quivering lips.
Mommy Longlegs. Mommy Longlegs is one of the few experiments to be made before the actual toy, as she was made to test out Playtime Co.'s new elastic plastic, and the girl who experienced the nightmare in the tape from chapter 3 was Marie Payne, otherwise known as the girl who was turned into Mommy Longlegs. When we meet her in chapter 2, she plays with us and is overly obsessed with games to the point she has to kill us while we're playing the game. However, because we managed to beat each of these games and use quick thinking, we eventually kill her in a grinder in the end of the chapter. Doey. Doey is one of Playtime Co.'s most advanced experiments, being made up of 3 different children: Jack Ayers, Kevin Barnes, and Matthew Hillard. Jack was the boy who we see fall into the vat of dough in the very beginning of the chapter. Kevin was a child with anger issues who lived in Playcare, and Matthew was an older child with a lot of insecurities who was orphaned and brought to Playcare at an old age. And this is why Doey seems to keep switching his mood in the end of chapter 4, as each of the kids are fighting for control and are in severe emotional distress.
Parents, scientists, everyone have to. My friends. He killed my friends. It all started with you. You and her. It was you who ruined everything! No, that's not true. They jump-started the generator.
But now let's descend deeper into the iceberg, talking about topics that you'd have to play Poppy Playtime to know about. Daddy Longlegs. In Chapter 2, we meet Mommy Longlegs, but near the end of the game, we eventually find a poster showing Mommy Longlegs, Daddy Longlegs, and even Baby Longlegs. And although we don't know for sure if they were really sold toys, since Mommy Longlegs was so popular, it makes sense that Daddy Longlegs and Baby Longlegs would also be successful. But it's less likely that there was a Daddy Longlegs bigger body, because we don't have any documents or evidence that he was ever created. But it's possible we could find him eventually, as there are plenty of toys we've met that don't have any documents scattered around the factory. The Hour of Joy. On August 8th, 1995, the bigger bodies and even the other experiments that Playtime Co. made rebelled against the employees all at the same time at 11 a.m., killing every single person in the factory, whether they were employee or not. However, in Chapter 3, during our hallucination, we hear a radio that's playing in reverse, and when you reverse the radio, you hear it tell us that we didn't show up when our presence was demanded. And since we eventually find an office in our hallucination that says guilt haunts you, it makes me think that we might have had something to do with the Hour of Joy. Nightmare Critters Criticism. In Chapter 3, we met the Smiling Critters, who were both smaller experiments but also bigger bodies experiments with Catnap and Dog Day. But in Chapter 4, we only meet smaller Nightmare Critters that were 10 times weaker and less important compared to the Smiling Critters. And fans took notice, some of them saying that the Nightmare Critters weren't worth the hype that they received and aren't really all that important to the game. Project Playtime. After the success of Poppy Playtime Chapter 1, they soon made Chapter 2, which had similar success and started to solidify Poppy Playtime as a staple horror game. But they got a little too ambitious and made a game called Project Playtime, a game where you'd have to collect toy parts and escape the factory once you've collected them all while one of you plays the monster and try to stop that from happening. At first, the game received a ton of hype and people loved playing it, but because the game took a lot of maintenance and they've already took time away from making Chapter 3, the game was eventually abandoned and is most likely not being worked on. Dog Day didn't want to kill us. In Chapter 3, when we come across Dog Day, we find him being tortured by Catnap since he deemed him to be a heretic of the prototype. But he tells us to leave since there's nothing left to save. But before we leave, a bunch of smiling critters all enter into his cage and crawl inside his body and take over his actions and try to kill us. And although it may be Dog Day's body that's chasing us, he most likely died by being eaten alive and is now just a shell being controlled by the smaller smiling critters. Fake chapter blank videos. With each new chapter of Poppy Playtime comes a ton of hype, which slowly fades away over a couple of months or so. But some people want to take money off the hype so badly that they'll go as far as making fake trailer videos for whatever chapter is coming next. However, there are definitely some good fan-made videos which are cool to watch, but it's the videos that try to pass themselves off as real, which are a problem in the community. CG5. Because of the massive hype of Poppy Playtime, everyone is trying to make content about it, with CG5 making a song called Sleep Well, which was based on Chapter 3, and this song just went crazy, getting about 300 million views across several videos. But he didn't stop there and has some other songs about the game which are definitely worth checking out. Bad YouTube Kids videos. With the hype of the game, people don't just try to make fake videos, but go as far as to make actual slop or even content that shouldn't be allowed on YouTube, some of which is intentionally promoted to kids. I'm not gonna go into depth, but it's definitely one of the worst side effects from the game's popularity. The Doctor. The Doctor, also known as Harley Sawyer, is one of the main villains in Chapter 4, but he has a pretty decently made backstory as well. He used to work with Elliot Ludwig, making science experiments as a kid in Elliot's Young Geniuses program, but was eventually kicked out of the program due to his pride and arrogance. And if his arrogance as a kid was bad, his arrogance as an adult would be 10 times worse. And it was. His pride and puffed up intellectualism caused him to be turned into an experiment by the higher-ups at Playtime Co., which was done in order to contain Harley's recklessness while also keeping his intellect for whatever problem.
Here you leave today and enter
problems may arise.
This recklessness has to stop. The Doctor has no regard for the safety of this facility or its staff.
Or the children in play care. I've tried to set boundaries with him.
The Doctor has no
listen to me.
He doesn't listen to any of us. Not really. Not anymore. What do we do? There is one thing I can think of.
NFTs. After the success of Chapter 1, Poppy Playtime tried to make their own limited NFT line which cost $15 each, with 5,000 of 6 different posters, making a total of 30,000 unique NFTs. And if you bought all 6 posters, which would cost about $90, you'd receive a secret VHS tape. However, the NFTs flopped so hard that no one even talks about them anymore. The NFTs came so shortly after the release of Chapter 1 that players were review bombing the game, tanking its review status from very positive to mixed. And out of the 30,000 NFTs that were listed, they only managed to sell about 800. The smiling critters are dead. In Chapter 3, we only meet 2 of the smiling critters, Dog Day and Catnap, but both of them died in the very same chapter. And in Chapter 4, we hear a tape of Hoppy Hopscotch, but he died before we even came back to the factory. And because we don't ever see any of the other smiling critters, we can assume that all of the bigger body smiling critters were killed off by the prototype. Now let's get a little deeper. Now we're at sea level with topics that I've never heard of. Poppy's Angel Achievement. Console only. When you play Poppy Playtime on Steam, you'll notice that there aren't any achievements, but on console for both Xbox and PlayStation require their games to come with achievements. And one of the achievements for Chapter 3 was called Poppy's Angel, which you'd get if you managed to beat the entire chapter without dying once. ARGs. Before the release of each chapter, except for Chapter 1, Mob made alternate reality games that would give hints about the upcoming games and even lore that the games wouldn't have. For example, in Chapter 4, fans found out what Pianosaurus looks like by taking a corrupted photo scan and changing something with it to turn it into a somewhat clear picture. Poppy copied FNAF claims. Five Nights at Freddy's is a huge series in the horror genre of games, and with Poppy Playtime also being a horror game, there are definitely going to be a lot of similarities. However, there seem to be a little too many. For example, you go to an abandoned place as a former employee, fight toys that are really alive and used to be children, and both William Afton and Elliot Ludwig's daughters were turned into toys. But even though there are a lot of similarities, Poppy Playtime definitely stands on its own merits and isn't another FNAF clone. Game Tunes. Although I haven't watched most of what they made, Game Tunes is a YouTube channel that makes their own cartoon spin-offs of different games, and they made a ton of videos on Poppy Playtime that did insanely well, with their videos getting about 100 million views combined. Official Discord. Poppy Playtime has its own Discord server where fans can talk about the game, developers can give updates on what's happening, and everyone can just have a good time. But that's until things start to get a little tense. There's a lot of talk in the community about unfair bans and the Discord server not being fair to people, but they include sensitive topics that are hard to communicate effectively, so I'll just leave the research up to you. 3 times the fun foreshadowing. In the very beginning of chapter 4, we see a commercial for Doughy the Dough Man with a lighthearted jingle singing about Doughy and how he's one of the funnest toys that a kid could play with. But in the lyrics, it says triple times the friend and triple times the fun, which refers both to the 3 colors of yellow, orange, and red on his body, and to the facts that the Bigger Body's Doughy was made up of 3 different kids.
Look at all the colors! So many toys and one. Triple times the friend and triple times the fun. D-O-E-Y.
Cartoon Dog Day foreshadowing. This one's honestly crazy, bro. And whoever noticed this is a literal genius. Cause in the beginning of chapter 4, we see a tape which both plays a short cartoon and a news segment, both of which being about the smiling critters. But in the cartoon, Catnap comes in and dispenses the red smoke, causing all of the toys to fall asleep. And right next to Catnap, we see Dog Day with his arms up and his legs covered, while all of the other toys are sleeping on the floor with their legs visible. And because Mob is known for attention to detail, we can see that this was foreshadowing the point where we eventually find Dog Day in the school's prison. Chapter 4 character theme re-uploads. In Chapter 4, we hear the theme songs of several different characters like Yarnaby, Doughy, and even the Nightmare Critters, but Mob never uploaded them to their YouTube channel. So the only way you're able to listen to them is by going to Black Griffin's YouTube channel, where you can find all 4 jingles in one video. Now things are getting even deeper, and if you know about all of these, I'm gonna ask you to go outside and touch at least 2 blades of grass. Pianosaurus copy pasta banned on Reddit. Before Chapter 4 released, we were introduced to Pianosaurus, a terrifying decayed dinosaur that was created during the Bigger Bodies initiative. He was given his own YouTube short where we see him slowly appear behind a monitor playing his commercial, and with each press of his keys he twitched, which seemed to signify pain or even fear.
Take an extinction level event to stop this late Cretaceous composer.
But as soon as we see him in Chapter 4, this man was killed and eaten in under a minute, which led to fans being upset about his character not being used, and people would copy and paste hashtag justice for Pianosaurus pretty much everywhere. But because it got so big, it was eventually banned on the Reddit, maybe to stop the damage from getting worse, or the spam was just becoming too much. Doughy phone number. In the Chapter 4 commercial, you'd actually be able to call the phone number that was showed on the screen, which led to a very interesting pre-recorded message which told you that their phone operators were busy and unable to take your call. I'm actually so...
Thank you for calling Playtime Co., home of beloved children's toys like Huggy Wuggy and the newly released Doughy the Dough Man.
Oh my goodness.
All of our Playtime customer satisfaction associates are currently assisting other callers. Beloved children's toys like Huggy Wuggy.
It's repeating. Starting. Bro, what is going on with this phone? It's still going.
Goodbye.
Poppy is morally questionable too. This one is kinda obvious, especially with how Chapter 4 ended with her leaving both us and Kissy to die by the hands of the prototype. But throughout the games, Poppy has always been a character that seems to care, but in reality just wants to complete her own goals. She switched the tracks on us in Chapter 2, was willing to sacrifice all of the toys in Safe Haven by blowing up the entire factory, and even left us behind for dead in the end of Chapter 4. So when Chapter 5 comes out, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her join the prototype side in order to save her own life. Egger Coaster drama. Egger Coaster is an indie game developer who created the game Venge, but because of some supposed similarities in his game and Poppy Playtime, he accused them of plagiarizing from his game. And although I'm not gonna go too in depth on it, Egger Coaster and Mob have a past from their Minecraft animation days, which led to things being even more tense. Theft King's Russian Stole Chapter 3 claims. About a month before Chapter 3 released, a YouTuber who was making fake animations of Poppy Playtime got a few things a little too accurate to be an accident, which led to the YouTuber Theft King making a video about it, saying it's possible that the translators for the Russian dub of Poppy Playtime could have used the transcript and turned them into animations for profit. But because of his video, there was a lot of controversy and people saying that Theft King was being prejudiced against Russians and over-exaggerating in his video. In his video, he does make some good points, but it doesn't really make sense for animators making fake animations to need the real Poppy Playtime transcript, because the animations are fake anyway. But then again, it's scary how much they got right, so I have no idea. Now we're at the second to last level, near the bottom of the iceberg, where you'd have to be Poppy Theory's pet giraffe to know these. Huggy's return was always planned. In Chapter 1 of Poppy Playtime, we meet our very first antagonist, Huggy Wuggy, and we're led into a chase scene which ends with us dropping a heavy box on his head, which sent him barreling down to the bottom of the factory. He got hit with a 3-piece combo by gravity itself, not to mention the liver shot at the start. But this wasn't his death, as we eventually see him in Chapter 4 banging on the door, which leads us into the labs, and this was a huge plot twist / cliffhanger for the end of Chapter 4. But if you paid close attention, don't pay far attention, pay close. In Chapter 2, we find a trail of blue fur and blood going into a vent, and since Huggy has blue fur, blood, and likes to go into vents, this was foreshadowing to Huggy's eventual return. Braun was planned for the Playhouse. Braun is a character that was supposed to be in Poppy Playtime multiple times, but this is referring to his planned appearance in Chapter 3, where he was supposed to appear in the Playhouse instead of Dog Day. The only reason I'm laughing is because the script says Dog Dag, bro. But this is a little confusing because there's a place called the Playhouse in Playcare, but yet Dog Day appears in the school's basement that kinda looks like a playhouse. Or it's possible that the school's basement and the Playhouse are connected, which means instead of finding Dog Day being tortured, we would have met Braun, and I honestly have zero idea how that would go, because we don't have any idea as to how he acted except for his cutout, but no one's cutout really acts like the real life version. Yarnaby was made for movement. Yarnaby, also known as Quinn Navidson, was an orphan who used to live in Playcare but was sadly turned into yet another monster by Playtime Co. However, this isn't the
Planning your next getaway?
Yarnaby that was made for movement. Quinn's bigger body was based on the already made Yarnaby toy, which Playtime Co. wasn't even going to make at first. And that's because in the 1970s, Playtime Co. participated in a wildlife conservation campaign. And to raise awareness for it, Playtime created and released the Yarnaby toy for a limited time. But because he became so popular, they continued to make him and added him to their main roster of toys. Nightmare Catnap's old jump scare. I couldn't find what this actually looked like, but apparently Catnap used to have a different jump scare, which was very similar to the jump scare from Withered Golden Freddy from FNAF 2, which was a sudden static-like appearance of Catnap's face on the screen. But there's not much information on this, so I could be wrong. And now for the very deepest level, the bottom of the iceberg. Chapter 3, rated 65+. This seems to be referring to the fact that Chapter 3 was way darker than both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, possibly combined. Because with Chapter 1, we had a giant blue monster chasing us who fell down a hole. Then in Chapter 2, we killed Mommy Longlegs by putting her into a grinder. But in Chapter 3, we find Dog Day being tortured. Catnap got stabbed through the back of the head, and in one of the trailers, we heard some extremely unsettling screams that sound like children.
All that awaits you are incomprehensible horrors. smiling mouths full of teeth and meat and plastic. This world is theirs now. Welcome home.
Who is really the villain? I think this is referring to the hints that appear throughout the game which make us seem like the villain, because in chapter 3 we hear a radio saying that our presence was demanded 10 years ago during the Hour of Joy, but for some reason we managed to be one of the very few employees who survived. But what makes it even worse is the fact that we eventually find an office in the same hallucination which says in big white letters, "Guilt haunts you." But what's almost incriminating, the prototype was the one who started the Hour of Joy. It's possible that we either helped prepare the Hour of Joy or we at least knew it was coming and didn't show up on purpose that day. And that is the entire Poppy Playtime iceberg. But what do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments. Thanks.
We've got 3 hours to land a new tagline. What do you got? Any ideas?
Yesterday, you were on mute.
Anybody?
Today.
When we came back to the factory in the very beginning of chapter 1, we have no idea what's going on except for a note that tells us that the employees are still alive and that we should go look for the flower. Later in chapter 2, we learned that we used to work for Playtime Co. because right before playing statues, Mommy Longlegs tells us that we used to work here and because of that, we deserve to die.
But you worked here, so if anyone deserves to die alone, it's you.
Then in chapter 3, we learn about the Hour of Joy. The toys killed everyone in the factory and ate their bodies in order to survive. But during the Home Sweet Home hallucination sequence in chapter 3, we hear a radio playing in reverse. And when you put it back to normal, it says that our presence was demanded 10 years ago on August 8th, 1995. The exact day of the Hour of Joy.
I find your presence intrusive. After all this time you return. You come in here and you kill and murder. You pillage and destroy. Your presence was demanded 10 years ago and you didn't show up. 8/8/1995.
But why didn't we show up? How come we managed to survive? Well, it seems that we finally have somewhat of an answer, because I finally saw that in an unused prologue for the game, it tells us exactly why we didn't show up. The text says this: you are an ex-employee of Playtime Co. 10 years ago, Playtime was the king of the toy manufacturing industry. One morning, feeling ill, you decided to take a sick day. The next morning, when you showed up for work, military vehicles guarded the outside of the building. Apparently, while you were out sick, every single person inside of the factory vanished into thin air. Now, 10 years later, you're returning for a visit. It's a little interesting to see that literal military vehicles showed up. Like, bro, imagine showing up to work and you see a armored man standing on top of an armored vehicle with an armor-piercing weapon. I'm just trying to sweep the halls, man. The theory originally was that we could have had something to do with the Hour of Joy, but now that this says we just so happened to take a sick day at the perfect time, it seems that we survived based on pure chance rather than us being evil and knowing about the Hour of Joy in advance. But this doesn't seem to be confirmed to be canon, and instead is just most likely true since it was planned to be part of the game. And it's also weird that 10 years later, guilt still haunts us, because in our hallucination we see what seems to be our old office with writing saying guilt haunts you. But if we were sick and got lucky, then why does guilt haunt us? Well, there are two possible reasons. The first is that we actually weren't sick that day and the story is different now compared to the unused prologue. But the other reason is that we were sick but we feel guilty because of what happened to a specific someone. And the reason that I say that is because of what Harley Sawyer tells us when our hand is frozen. He says that whoever we came back for is dead, and then explains to us that Poppy knew that the hour of joy was coming.
The experiments killed everyone, including whoever you came back for. You know that by now, yes? Poppy showed you her story, of course. Innocence is bliss.
So if we came back to the factory because guilt overwhelmed us and we came back to find someone, then this would make sense as to why we didn't see that this was a trap from the beginning. Because if we got a letter saying that the employees are still alive, then why are they even sending the letter? That means that one of them had to go to the UPS or something. And at that point, you're out of the factory and don't need any help, which means that whoever sent that letter knew that we survived and was actually luring us to the factory. And the only person who's smart enough to realize this would be the prototype. It's possible that Harley could also do this, but because he was working for the prototype wouldn't care what he wants and would force him to just not send it. But who was it that we came back for? A coworker that we really liked? A friend? Our spouse? We don't really know yet, but since we're now in the labs, which is literally the prototype's home, this man's residence, he's either gonna explain to us what happened or he could even be killed off before that point. But if anyone knows, it's definitely going to be him. But now this makes me think, if we just so happen to be sick and luckily avoid the hour of joy, then why did Mommy Longlegs say that we deserve to die? If we were just a factory worker, then we would just be as innocent as anyone else and we wouldn't have any idea as to what is going on or was going on. For example, Rowan Stoll was working at the Playtime Co. factory, and when he noticed that Huggy's eyes would move, he thought that someone could have placed nanny cams in him in order to spy on people.
If some creep is hiding nanny cams in our mascot's eyeballs, then it's something that needs to be taken seriously. You know, something dangerous is going on, and I'm sure it wasn't on purpose. I'm sure it was just some big mistake, but I saw what I saw.
But because of his questions, he was eventually killed by getting fed to Boxy Boo. And because of all of this, we can know that he was 100% innocent.
Hey, a few weeks ago I spoke with a customer who was fed up with payment delays for his global contractors. He told me one contractor in Singapore went days without payment. It wasn't just about money, it's their livelihood, rent, groceries, family support. To top it off, a project was delayed because his payment wasn't received. After switching to Papaya Global, things turned around. Contractors now get paid on time, projects finish as planned, and it just runs smoother. When payments run smoothly, it keeps everything on track. Papaya Global, how the world gets paid. Book your free demo now.
He was completely buffoonified that the toys could be monsters and instead thought that it was some creep using cameras in toys. So if we worked at Playtime Co., that doesn't necessarily make us immediately guilty by association. But when Mommy Longlegs told us that we used to work here, she got that from memory or was told by someone else. We never said a single word to her, which means that we're known for being the ex-employee who survived. And if Mommy Longlegs remembered us, we either worked in the game station or with the experiments. And if we really did used to work with the experiments, then it makes sense as to why guilt haunts us, especially since the prototype tells us that it was our doing that made him. It seems obvious that we actually might have had something to do with the hour of joy. And this unused prologue is unused for a reason, and that's because we weren't just sick, but helped the prototype with the hour of joy. And let me give you two pieces of evidence that really come close to proving this point. The first is that the warden says that in order to start the hour of joy, you need high clearance. But Harley says that the prototype could have had help. And because of the way he says it, it really sounds like this is a fact.
How can this happen? There's fail-safes, security measures. It's impossible.
Personal agendas have long been the downfall of this company. Is it unreasonable to believe they were conspirators? Playtime is filled with 5-person backstabbers.
But without executive access, how could anyone even get through? Laith, Stella, Eddie,
Only the four of us have that kind of clearance.
Does any of that matter now? It's your life we have to protect.
And the second piece of evidence is the foreshadowing that Mob is left behind. Because in chapter 2, when we slide down to the game station, we see that we came down Elliot Ludwig's slide, and each higher up in the company had their own. But one slide has its letters taken off and on the floor. But if we realize that Mob has to make everything on purpose, this could be them foreshadowing that we were a higher up at Playtime Co., as we never see a character who has the letters that fell on the floor in any tapes or notes, meaning that this could be us, and the employee that helped the prototype was also us. And this would explain exactly what happened in the Hour of Joy, why we didn't show up, and why guilt haunts us. But what do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments. Thanks for watching, subscribe, and click on this video.
Meet the powerful bladeless fan that puts a whole new spin on cooling. Shark Turbo Blade.
With a simple search, you can discover the world. Doing things like this. And that there. Or even this. Wherever you're going, discover tours, tickets, and attractions at getyourguide.co.uk. Unforgettable travel experiences.
This is the entire timeline of Poppy Playtime, going all the way from the birth of Elliot Ludwig to where we are today in the end of chapter 4. So let's start all the way back before the year 1930 with Elliot's birth. We don't know the exact year that he was born, but because infants don't start in corporations, that means that he had to have been born sometime before 1930, probably reaching the age of at least 25 or 30 before starting his company. And in the year 1930 was when Playtime Co. was founded, with Elliot Ludwig being the owner. But Elliot wasn't just any business owner. He had the goal of ensuring each child smile with his creations and to make the world a better place for children. Later in 1950, Playtime Co. eventually created the Poppy doll, the world's most incredible doll that could really speak to children.
You are about to see the most incredible doll ever invented. Her name is Poppy, and she is the first truly intelligent doll in the world.
Poppy Playtime! Poppy's as lovable as a real girl, and she talks like one, too.
Hi, my name is Poppy. I love you. Can you help me polish my shoes?
Each doll used a ring and string system with a voice box inside of the doll, making the doll appear to be a real girl to children. Or they could brush her hair, polish her shoes, have tea parties, and do pretty much everything with their very own Poppy Playtime doll. But Poppy Playtime wasn't just another one of their toys, but their biggest toy yet, as it was the very first toy that put them on the radar and made them a household name in America, allowing them to sell many more toys in the future. And after her, they went on to make more toys like Bron and Boxy Boo, but none of the toys they ever made can even compare to the success that Huggy Wuggy brought Playtime Co., as he was their most successful toy, making them so much money to the point where they even made a knockoff called Kissy Missy. Huggy Wuggy was made in 1984 and Kissy was made in 1985, just about 10 years before the Hour of Joy, and Playtime Co. was at its absolute peak. However, the company would soon start to take a dark turn. One man was able to take the company from going into financial ruin back into profit, and that man's name was none other than Dr. Harley Sawyer, who was very close to Elliot, as when he was a child, he joined Elliot's Young Geniuses program, where Elliot and many different smart kids would all work on science experiments, and most likely because of this, he was scouted by a Playtime Co. employee named Lockhart, who would then recommend Sawyer to Leith Pierre, and Leith invited him to the factory for an interview on January 15th, 1990. And after this was when they started to work on the Bigger Bodies initiative, which Harley Sawyer came up with.
Now we're understaffed. Safety protocols are being abandoned. Workplace incidents are common. I'm here now with a solution. The Bigger Bodies Initiative. we can increase our workforce and simultaneously decrease the number of lawsuits and people on our payroll if the people we have working aren't people.
They most likely made the prototype first and then continued on with experiments that were 100% biological, requiring organs and food to live, rather than other fuel sources like the prototype. And sometime in 1990, they were able to create their very first success, Boxy Boo. Immediately after, they go on to create other experiments like Pianosaurus, Yarnaby, and Huggy Wuggy, who was described as the ideal experiment. But after Huggy, they started making some advancements with their experiments, eventually proposing experiment 1188, otherwise known as Catnap, and he was made to have the immunity to and the ability to dispense the red smoke, which was eventually used in play care in order to keep the orphans asleep and possibly to even take them without anybody noticing. And the experiments kept getting more and more advanced as they continued with the Bigger Bodies initiative, like with the creation of Mommy Longlegs, who was created in order to test out Playtime Co.'s elastic plastic. And she was eventually used in the game station where she would lead the kids to each game. But although Huggy was the ideal experiment in June of 1992, just 2 years after he was created, he managed to escape through an open delivery bay door and into the wilderness, where he would then go on to kill at least 5 people, but most likely 11, as 6 of them were declared missing. During the hunt, one of the employees caught Huggy attacking him on camera, where he wasn't able to notice him until the very last second. And considering Huggy's like 18 feet tall, his ability to be unnoticed, especially in a terrain that he's unfamiliar with, means that Huggy is insanely intelligent. Then in 1993, we see the events of Doughy, where a child named Jack Ayers was invited to come to Playtime Co.'s factory for some kind of tour of their doughy dough. But while he was on his own next to a giant vat of dough, he either climbed up over the railing or someone pushed him to where he fell into the dough, supposedly killing him. But Playtime Co. sent a very mysterious letter to Jack's parents saying that they could revive their son. When they came back to the factory, a scientist introduces them to Doughy, and at first they were shocked, and his dad didn't even want to talk to him. But because his mom wanted to make things right and felt guilty about what happened, they go into the room with Doughy. But the scientist shut and locked the door behind them. And because Doughy was still adjusting to his new body, he became extremely violent and killed his parents.
Susan, get away from me!
Jack? Mommy won't lie to you, Jackie. Mommy won't hurt you. I'd never hurt you.
Hey! Hey! Open this door! Open the door! Please!
I took a stroll with my captain and gazed to the shore. Played a game with my teammates, got the highest score. Tasted delights with our friendly crew, saw a magical tale before bedtime is due, then danced all night at a secret pirate rendezvous. A goodbye from our new best friends brings a fitting end, because tomorrow is another day where we get to do it all again. It's not just
But even though Sawyer and the other scientists were creating these scientific miracles, and especially with Mommy Longlegs and Doughy being able to literally shapeshift, he still wasn't immune to the sin of pride. He became so arrogant and so detached from humanity that he would kill many orphans and even adults just because of his own experimentation, or even mistakes that he would make, which led to the higher-ups in Playtime Co. turning him into Experiment 1354, where he had his organs taken and put into a giant metal container where his body would be stuck there, but his mind would be able to go all over the factory, and he was forced to help the scientists with whatever questions they might have. And although Harley was very dangerous, his knowledge was too valuable to just kill him.
You
think you're sitting in there right now and not in Boxy's stomach. Let me tell you how this is gonna go, Sawyer. From now on, you're here to give the lab boys answers when they need them, and carry out procedures when and how we tell you to. That's it.
But then in 1995, everything went downhill for Playtime Co. in the span of a single hour, where the prototype managed to convince many of the other toys to kill everybody in sight, all at 11 a.m. on August 8th, 1995, where almost all of the employees were killed and dragged down to the basements, where they would then be eaten in order for the toys to live as they quickly ran out of food. And the factory would continue to be completely empty, with the toys being the only ones still alive for about 10 whole years. Where Mommy Longlegs got even crazier, the prototype killed all who defied him, and the good toys eventually managed to find Safe Haven, which was originally built as a bunker for the employees to hide in the event of a catastrophe. But in 2005, we receive a strange letter and VHS tape which told us to find the flower, and from there we see the events of chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4 all unravel. But what do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments. Thanks for watching, subscribe, and click on this video right here.
Excuse me.
Things that make you go, Things that make you go,
What happened to the rest of the smiling critters? Well, to figure this out, the first thing we have to look at is all of their cardboard cutout voice lines. And afterwards, we're going to be analyzing each member of the smiling critters one by one, all the way down to their personality, and speculate on how each of them could have possibly died, starting with Bubba Bubbaphant. Bubba Bubbaphant is the most intelligent smiling critter and acts as the brain of the gang. And this is even shown in the smiling critters intro, as he removed Crafty Corn's painting to show a complex math equation, and his identity as a genius is based off the real fact that elephants have extremely good memory. His voice lines are also the most tame out of all of them, if you exclude the screaming, of course. What's weird about Bubbaphant's voice lines specifically is that when he's screaming, he's also laughing at the same time.
I'm Bubba Bubbaphant. Hey, I remember you. An elephant always remembers. Want to know what I remember about you?
And I might have a valid reason for this happening. However, before looking into that, we have to take a look at one of his normal voice lines, which could be taken multiple ways.
Want to know what I remember about you?
When Bubbaphant says this, it could mean two things. The first is that he's just expressing the fact that he has great memory, or it could mean that he remembers us working here 10 years ago. But you can honestly look at it both ways. Now, the reason I think Bubbaphant was heard laughing in his last voice line is because of how he and the rest of the smiling critters acted in the end of the episode. When the crew weren't able to sleep, they get a knock at the door and it's revealed to be Catnap. And Bubbaphant was the first to come up and ask for Catnap to put them asleep. After everyone pleads for this, however, once Catnap secretes the red smoke, everyone, including Bubbaphant, is seen laughing maniacally. Now, I'm not sure if the red smoke from this show has the exact same properties as the one in real life, but it seems to show signs of insanity and addiction when someone inhales it, along with them being able to fall asleep. But with that being said, there's a chance that Bubbaphant's laughing in his last voice line is linked to Catnap, as he was initially exposed to the red smoke, causing him to laugh, and Catnap took this opportunity to kill him. Next up is Kickin' Chicken. Kickin' Chicken is known as the cool character in the Smiling Critters, as he likes to keep his cool image and is shown surfing in the intro. He's very determined and doesn't give up easily, even in tough situations. However, Kickin' Chicken can get scared like the other 6 characters in the show, which is not only seen in the show, but it's also heard in his voice lines, as they first include him asking to go outside and hang out. But after this, he says that he he's never been outside before, and he asks for us to come with him, admitting that he's scared to go alone. Trying to keep his image, however, he says that he'll step out first, and soon after you can hear him screaming.
Hey, I'm Chicken! Want to go outside and hang out? It's looking pretty rad outside. I've never been outside before. Will you come with me? I'm scared. Here, follow me. I'll step out first.
But what does all this mean? Surely he doesn't die because of the sun or something outside, so why is he killed right after trying to venture off outside? Well, if you look at Playcare as a whole, it seemed to be some type of controlled environment that tries its best to simulate the outside world, which is kind of disturbing when you think about it. Kickin' Chicken most likely knew of this and Playcare's nature and was curious about what the real world was actually like, but I don't think his fear was because of the outside world itself. During one of our interactions with Poppy, she lets us know that the prototype will kill us the second we try to escape, so we have to dispose of him first.
Prototype knows we're coming by now. You try to escape, he'll kill you before you ever reach that front door.
And Kickin' Chicken was likely aware of the fact that something would happen if he were to step foot outside of the building, and once he tried to leave, he's either killed off by Catnap or the prototype. Now we have Picky Piggy, a healthy eater who loves food and encourages her friends to eat a well-balanced diet, though she also harbors a secret fondness for cheeseburgers and PB&J sandwiches. Her voice lines include her expressing her love for food, but as you go on, she slowly starts to talk about meals that are made of the rest of the smiling critters. But even after this, she says that she's still hungry and offers a friendship with us right after.
Hi there, I'm Piggy Piggy. Let's eat. Roast beef, delicious. Grilled chicken, down the hatch. Seared elephant, yum. Slayed unicorn, still hungry. Hey, what do you say you and I be friends?
Now, knowing this, it's clear that Picky Piggy ate all of her friends and still needed to eat afterwards. But now we have two problems. Wouldn't that get in the way of how everyone else died? And how did she end up dying after she ate everyone? Well, this actually means that Picky Piggy had to have been the last to die, on top of the fact that you don't hear her screaming or being killed in any of her voice lines. So what I think happened is after all the smiling critters were killed by either Catnap, the prototype, or natural causes, Picky Piggy was the last one alive, excluding Dog Day of course. And to keep living, she ate the bodies of every single one of her friends. And after this, she had no more food to eat, leading to her eventually starving to death. Next up is Hoppy Hopscotch, who's said to be the friend everyone needs to maintain their energy and enthusiasm. And her personality is also seen in the show for the smiling critters, as you can see her playing soccer on a rainbow in the intro.
They go with me wherever I go. Olafly, peace of mind, always. It's so simple.
Weird, but whatever. And while sometimes being loud or impatient, she's still willing to slow herself down to please her friends. Now, the impatient part of her personality is very much shown in her voice lines, as she's convinced that if she keeps trying, she'll be able to jump to the moon. So she tries multiple times, growing increasingly frustrated at the player. But in the last voice line, when Hopscotch tries one last time, she's heard screaming while saying the word jump and the audio cuts out. And right before this, she said to not look at your feet, and none of that matters.
I'm Hoppy Hopscotch. Wanna try hopping to the moon with me? On three with me. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Listen, this won't stop until we make it to the moon. 1, 2. No, don't look at your feet. None of that matters. Again. Jump.
Now, I think this one is the most obvious. Hoppy Hopscotch is somehow deluded into thinking that she can jump to the moon, and when she tries one last time, she didn't look at where she was and ended up jumping off some high platform, falling to her death. Up next is Bobby Bearhug, who possesses warm and appreciative qualities, similar to how Huggy Wuggy was designed, and she cares deeply about her friends and everything around her, maybe a bit too much. However, Bobby can also be seen as naive, as she may care about someone who doesn't have her best interests at heart. And she's also shown to have a fear of being abandoned, as she asks the player if they're gonna leave her and that she's been lost a long time.
Hi, I'm Bobby Bear Hug. Want to know how much I love you? I love you to the moon and back. I'm crazy about you. I'm lost without you. I've been lost a long time. Please, take me with you this time. You won't leave me, will you?
I honestly think that this is the saddest of them all, especially considering the fact that Bobby Bear Hug is the one who cares most about everyone, and yet she ends up being abandoned. This obviously leads to the question, why and how was Bobby Bear Hug abandoned? Well, this might be due to her clingy tendencies, and the rest of the smiling critters didn't want to be around her because of how close she wanted to be with everyone. Or perhaps she was one of the last to be alive and couldn't find anyone else, which could explain her saying why she's been lost for a long time. And when she says, "You won't leave me this time, will you?" it's likely that she's referring to us leaving Playtime Co. and coming back, letting us know that she doesn't want us to leave again. And after having no one to love, no one to talk to, and nothing to eat, Bobby Bear Hug slowly starved to death, possibly never being found due to the fact that Picky Piggy never even mentioned eating bear in any of her voice lines. And now we have Crafty Corn, a creative unicorn with a passion for art, sharing its importance with the other crew members. She also appears to be a peacemaker, seeing the beauty in all things around her. And in the cartoon's intro, she demonstrates her skills as a talented painter by painting an exact replica of Bobby Bear Hug. Now, in her voice lines, it sounds like she's making another painting and realizes that she ran out of red. And once she's told this, she doesn't believe you and suspects that you're hiding more red from her. And suddenly, she yells at you to give it to her, and screaming is heard right after, to which she says that now it's much better.
Hi, I'm Crafty Corn. Can you help me with my painting? Thanks! Now, can you give me some red? More red, please. Out? But we can't be out. You're hiding more red from me. I know you are. Give it here! Now that's much better.
So for Crafty Corn, I'm led to believe that when she's talking about red being hidden from her, she's most likely talking to a member of the Smiling Critters. And what's even worse is that she's likely talking about their blood. This is evidenced by the fact that once she yells at one of the members to give her some more red, you can hear one of them screaming right after, which likely means that she killed them for their blood. But how did she end up dying herself? Well, Crafty Corn could have either died due to starving to death, or she was killed by the other Smiling Critters after expressing her violent behavior and killing one of her friends. But for this member specifically, her voice lines don't really reveal a concrete reason as to how she really died. And lastly, we have Dog Day, the trusted leader of the Smiling Critters, always looking at the bright side of things and encouraging others in their time of need. In his voice lines, he tells the player to go fetch, and then questions why we're just standing there. And afterwards, he tells us that we can't stay. But right after this, we can hear Dog Day screaming for a lot longer than the other members who died.
Dog Day says, fetch! Go, go, as far as you can! Why are you just standing there? You can't be here. You can't stay.
Now this one is honestly the most disturbing because we somewhat already know what happened to Dog Day. In his first voice line, when he tells us to go fetch, that's referencing his want for us to leave Playtime Co. and he questions why we're still here. And when he tells us that we can't stay and that we shouldn't be here, he's indirectly revealing the truth of Playtime Co. and showing that he doesn't agree with its beliefs, more specifically the prototypes. And so, Catnap and the prototype torture Dog Day for encouraging the others to escape, as that's what they do to heretics. This likely explains why the screaming lasted so agonizingly long, and you can actually hear the moment where Dog Day's legs are cut off and fall to the ground. This makes Dog Day's death all the more horrific, especially considering that everything he was saying in the cardboard cutout was pretty much the exact same thing he was telling us in person. But what do you guys think happened to the rest of the Smiling Critters? And will they potentially make an appearance in the upcoming chapter? Let me know down in the comments. Thanks for watching, subscribe, and click on this video right here.
It's the O2 Summer Sale. Pick up the Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 FE Plus 5G and save up to £175 from under £26 a month. Plus, all these exclusive perks from O2 included. O2, essential for living.
touch you, he's gum you, he squish you, he's fun you. D-O-E-Y. He's silly, he's glue you, he's sticky, he's glue you. D-O-E-Y. Look at all the colors. So many toys and one. Triple time the friend and triple time the fun. D-O-E-Y. Love it till the day that you die.
Call the number on screen and order your toy today. Order now while supplies last. Shipping and handling costs may vary. Do not ingest or deliver any products in the video box.
What's the time?
This one! I don't open this one! I knew it! This is the one I wanted!
There's a card too, dear. Open the card.
We're going to the Playtime factory?
That's right, honey. Jack, don't wander off. Stay right here with them. He's not listening to a thing I say, is he?
Not even a little bit.
No, 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 no! Hold on, Kissy. I'm coming! Listen, go on ahead. Don't wait for me. I won't leave Kissy behind, and I won't sacrifice our plan. Not because of me. Just be careful. Down here, it's not like anything you've seen above. It's not trying to hide what it is. It's hell. And Playtime wanted it to be. But we have allies down here. Get to them.
Ollie, I wanted to talk to you. Before you go inside, I mean. Everything you've seen out here, the piles, the dead, they all came from inside. Believe me, everything Poppy said about this place is true. It's hell. But she also hasn't seen it like I have. It's worse now. Worse than ever. Just try to stay safe. Don't let your guard down for even a second. I'll try to help you when I can.
Now what's this? Do I feel something squirming its way beneath my skin? An invasive foreign little germ. After all this time? Ah, but I see. You. Well, little germ, let's make a game of you. We've blundered along the shadows above, and only managed to squirm all the way down here by the barest skin of your teeth. There are no shadows here that will be of use to you. Not even the ground beneath your feet is yours. There are no places you can hide. Not from me. The subject scrambles for an advantage. They appear lost and disoriented. Heavy breathing is indicative of fear, and rightly so. Let's test the response to said fear when pushed into action.
The subject scrambles for an advantage. They appear lost and disoriented. Heavy breathing is indicative of fear, and rightly so. Let's test the response to said fear when pushed into action. I've seen enough. Thank you. You may proceed. Don't fight.
fighting only makes you more quicker. You know, I never thought I'd see another like you. A human. Certainly not an employee like you. But something makes you different. I can tell that much. Though, I can't say what exactly that something is. Not yet. The others you faced, 1170, 1188, 1222. Been there, done that. Let's try our hand at something a little different. Oh, Yana B. Please, Do keep making this enjoyable for me. I'll be taking notes.
That hit the spot. I haven't eaten in weeks. Hiya there, pal. Don't worry, I won't eat you. I'm Doughy. I was told to expect you. This way! Follow me! interrogation rooms. They question us here after watching us. Those of us who could speak at all. I always answered. There's some nasty balls in this place, but I can get you across. Oh yes, definitely. So, have you seen Poppy anywhere? Ollie said she was around. Somewhere. He also said we can trust you. I really hope. There's a safe place up ahead. It's not too far from here. Right. You can't fit through here. Hey, pal. Let's see if we can't get these doors open. You check out there. I'll look back here. Is that you in there? Find anything yet? Can this help? Over here! Our generator's in a pretty bad state, so we try to keep the power off in here. I'll turn it on for you, though. It'll open a door downstairs. Here! Use this. Great shot from here, bud. I should probably go turn off our defenses. Guess I'll see you inside. What's going on? What's missing? Goodness. What happened?
We need to get her help. Now!
Poppy. Is that really right? Take her to one of the beds. I'll check the defenses. See if something's still outside.
Not just something. It's him. He's out there.
You brought him down? We'll talk about this later. For now, I'll make sure out there is where he stays.
Locking down safe haven. Reactivating the defenses.
Over here. Get some rest, okay? able to make it into the safe haven from there. When I say so, we go. Go!
What's going on? What's... Kissy! Goodness. What happened?
We need to get her help. Now!
Poppy? Is that really... Right. Take her to one of the beds. I'll check the defenses. See if something's still outside.
Not just something. It's him! He's out there!
You brought him down? We'll talk about this later. For now, I'll make sure out there is where he stays.
Locking down safe haven. Reactivating the defenses.
Over here. Get some rest, okay? I didn't know it had gotten this bad. High pressure and a little spark, and it ignites. The plan is this. We'll fill the foundation with smoke and line it with old mining charges. Then once you, me, and Kissy have freed the orphans, our friends here will blow this place sky high. That's our revenge. For now, go to Doe. See what he needs. I'll be here.
Hiya, pal! Got something I want to talk to you about. In here. I heard what you did above. What you survived. If it's all true, then we need your help. The voice out there, the one in the prison, they called him the Doctor. Dr. Harley Sawyer. He was the scientist in charge of creating us. We don't know what he is, how he's still alive. But he works with the prototype. Hunting us, starving us, making us sick, and... He controls it all with an Omni-Hand, we think. The executives used them. It's a battery, a key, the master control to anything in the entire factory. And with it, He commands everything down here. Everything but this. Runs completely on its own grid, away from the prison. For a time, it kept us safe. But now, I need you to stop the Doctor. To take his Omni-Hand. We'll need it for the generator. And if you want red smoke in the Foundation, you'll need it too. The toys out there in Safe Haven, they're my family. I understand what Poppy wants, what she believes is right. Destroy the factory, destroy him. But I ask you to consider, if we throw everything away, everyone, just to kill the prototype, how much do we waste? I know the others might believe it's right, that we should bury everything, but let's just think about it. Head for the infirmary whenever you're ready to leave. There's sewer access inside. That's your safest path to the No Man's Land. And to him. But if you need to catch your breath, our safe haven is also yours.
Doctor says that's
My stomach hurts. Mine too. When's the last time you ate?
Please, do you have any food?
I think you might be wrong, Poppy. What you want?
It's the best for everyone, Domi. That no trace of this place is left. We agreed to that.
Oh, it's you! Is the doctor... No, don't suppose he is then? I've been here gathering parts for the generator. Lots. Hurts. He's made it impossible for me to get around here. Traps and everywhere.
Ah, and here you are. Just as I expected. It appears you are every bit what the prototype fears. And to think Playtime had someone of such rare quality and never noticed. Funny. I can't say I remember seeing your face before, but I'm curious. Why come back? It can't be that a vague reason. Was there someone you loved here? Someone you'd lost? Was it the pain of not knowing for sure that brought you here? The experiments killed everyone, including whoever you came back for. You know that by now, yes? Poppy sold you her story, of course. Innocence is bliss. And she was so innocent. Did she tell you her part that she knew the history? Or did she leave out that crucial detail? Yes, that wouldn't surprise me. Has she not strung you along, betrayed you, and told you only what you needed to know to do exactly as he asked? You've seen what they do to each other. All they want is violence. Look around. Evidence for it is everywhere. Once they had choice, once they were free, this was their creation. They've made him real and trapped us both there. You realize the futility of this, don't you? Meat rots and loses its function. It's as replaceable as anything else. You're accomplishing
whoever adopted me?
Yes, I should think so, Danny. I promise you, you're in good. Yes, I should think so, Danny. I promise you, you're in good hands.
I know you're scared. You're safe here.
Oh, okay.
I know.
No, nothing. Cognitive functionality appears minimal at best.
Great. Send them up to secondary lab. Maybe they can scrounge up something. They can scrounge up something. Anything yet?
Nothing. Cognitive functionality.
I know you're scared.
Playtime hurt us. My experiments hurt us. She'd sacrifice you in an instant if she believed it meant getting what she wants. The only difference between her and I, the only difference, is that what I fight for actually gains humanity something. Otherwise, what was any of this worth? Would you simply make all that sacrifice meaningless?
That's all.
Why can't I feel anything?
What is this? Oh no.
Not getting much response here.
Those bats.
Just like them, a blind, scurrying little rat. You think poor Yarnaby was my wee pet? You know far less than me. Please see that he doesn't eat all of it. I'd like there to be something next. Do you believe you're taking the moral high road? Is that what you believe? Dear friend, let me illuminate for you an obvious truth. Survival necessitates choices. Difficult choices. This one is yours. If you want to leave this room, it'll come at a cost. It's this little life or yours. You know what you have to do. Just the slightest pull, and you snuff whatever minuscule bit of light still flickers behind those faraway eyes. That brutish glob of clay would do it. Poppy would do it. It's your mission. The door will open. Or is maintaining the veil of your morality more important? Act quickly. In. The doctor will see you now. Do you hear it? Like I do. Off somewhere. Somewhere. Far. Beyond this place, beyond any place, a bell. For whom does it toll, you think? A wounded little pup lifts his head beneath the shadow of the master. Raised foot. For whom does that bell now toll?
What's the time?
Playtime! S-M-I-L-E every day! When you are down and out, no need to frown and pout. The smiley players here to say S-M-I-L-E every day!
The wind's really scary. I can't sleep.
Hey, we'll be okay, guys. I promise. All winds blow away. Eventually.
Catnap!
Please, help us go to sleep, Catnap!
We need it, Catnap!
Please help us!
Sleep, sleep, sleep!
Everyone knows Huggy Wuggy and Poppy Playtime, but are your children safe from Playtime Co.'s latest toy? What you've seen here is Playtime Co.'s own Smiling Critters, a limited series cartoon meant to celebrate the release of the toys sharing its name. Yet both now face the fire sparked by the inclusion of one key member. This is Catnap. And like the others of his line, you just pull his little tail and seems innocent enough. However, parents across the country report their children experiencing strange and often violent nightmares. And beside them, their little, grinning catnap doll. Now, with controversy growing, Playtime Co. has announced the recall of all catnap toys from the Smiling Critters line. His image cleared from all promotional material. But damage already done, will disappearing be that easy? The exact cause of these incidents still unknown, only one thing appears glaringly certain. Your children are not safe with catnap.
Hello. My name is Elliot Ludwig. When you look around at the world today, what one thing do you think it needs more of? I asked around once. Money, I never have enough. Understanding, I can never get any. Faith, the common man has lost it. Each answer was different, and I could perhaps see some little truth in each. But I think each was also missing something. Something simple. You see, not one of them could muster a smile. A smile is hope. A smile is love. A smile is understanding. And there is nothing more gratifying to my soul than being the reason for a child's smile. To be the spark that ignites all their hopes and dreams. For it is only through hopes and dreams that we may create a better world. One where our children need not be afraid. One where they are protected. After all, this company and its toys are nothing without them. These children deserve to smile, they deserve to love, and they deserve a safe home. That is why it is with enormous pleasure that as the founder of Playtime Co., I announce Playcare, our very own on-site orphanage. But it's not only that. It's a school, a playhouse, a place to belong. Our very own ecosystem beneath the surface, dedicated in every inch and detail to ensuring a child's smile. Its teachers and counselors, mothers and fathers, until such a time they have all of that in you. May Playcare bring joy, inspiration, and smiles to all who enter these doors. For what gives life its meaning if not a smile?
It's me again, Ollie. Cool place, right? The kids used to live here. Now look at it. Anyways, do you see that statue in the middle of the room? Take the stairs that go under it. There's a really cool room in there that powers... So, you got the key. Now the question you're probably asking yourself is, where does it go? Well, head back out, and you should find a door just to the left of the cable car you took down here. Welcome to the gas production zone, the beating heart of the whole evil Playcare system. All that gas you see coming from the machine is made right here in the factory. It's called the red smoke. Right now, it's all headed off to the right. We need to make that red smoke go left instead. That's how we can get to him. The machine will probably have a few dumb safeguards for you to work around, but I think you can do it. I'll call you once it's done.
tragic news this morning. As of 9:45 a.m., local authorities report that the body of a young boy. Following recent events, Playtime Co. was asked for any comment regarding the discovery. This is what they had to say. Despite Playtime's proclamation of Ludwig's innocence, Get up. Get up.
Greetings, employees, and welcome to your first day here in Playtime. We're certain that in the days to come, you'll find your new family here every bit as loving and supportive as your own. Feel free to wander the halls, sit in the mess for lunch, or watch our children play and learn to their little hearts' content. Join the innovationists where the bounds of science are continuously pushed, or join the counselors of Playcare whose diligence and care for our children will help shape a brighter future. Just you see. Now, every one of you has your part in that future, so should you come back tomorrow feeling unhappy for where you are or what you've done, worry not, for your supervisor is here and happy to listen. And should you come back years later, your conscience finally getting the better of you, may you descend into the dark and the dust, finding all that awaits you are incomprehensible horrors, each hungry for your return, each eager that they might find you. Perhaps they'd smile at you from a shadow, their smiling mouths full of teeth and meat and plastic, watching and waiting patiently for their turn at a warm welcome. Or perhaps they won't allow you such time to figure your place in the world you'd left, a world that's theirs now. Welcome home.
Subject is stable. Designated 1322. Clear neural abnormalities were detected in his recent checkup, though highly irregular.
No! Let go! They didn't do anything wrong. We're actually here to help. This place makes her tense. I'm glad that Ollie could help you get this far. He's the reason we found you at all. Looks like the train crash hurt us both. You've been through so much. You deserve an explanation. Come on. Hey, you'll be okay. We'll be okay. Listen, I'm not your enemy, but I can't just let you leave. What's happening down here is bigger than all of us, and I need you, so we can get revenge on those monsters who've tortured you, who've tortured us. They didn't act alone. They're disciples of the original, the prototype. Do the honors? Prototype knows we're coming by now. If you try to escape, he'll kill you before you ever reach that front door. He's the reason I was trapped in that god-awful case for so long. You have no idea the things he's done. Let me help you kill him. Let me help you save everyone. We've all seen you, how capable you are. You killed Huggy. You killed Mommy. You freed me. You are perfect for this. Catnap is coming. He's the final obstacle the prototype has placed against us. We can't stay here. Keep yourself safe. Ollie will call you.